Chapter 1. The Whisper of Blackwood Manor. The old map, brittle and yellowed, felt like a shard of bone in my trembling hand. Rain lashed against the attic window, mirroring the storm brewing inside me. Blackwood Manor. The name itself was a guttural growl, a promise of something ancient and malevolent. I'd inherited it, along with the debt, the legends, and the creeping sense of dread that seemed to seep from the very soil of Harrow County, Maine. My grandfather, Silas Blackwood, a man I barely remembered, had died in his sleep, or so the telegram had claimed. The estate lawyer, a Mr. Abernathy, a man with eyes like polished obsidian and a voice that seemed to slither from the depths of his throat, had been insistent that I, Elias Thorne, the sole surviving relative, take possession of the Blackwood estate. "A matter of family obligation, Mr. Thorne," he'd rasped, his gaze unwavering. "A matter of honoring your blood." Blood, that word felt heavy, ominous, tied to something darker than mere lineage. My blood, the Blackwood blood, seemed to carry a weight, a burden I couldn't comprehend but felt keenly in the pit of my stomach. I was a writer, a struggling one at that. My previous claim to fame, a moderately successful but ultimately forgettable fantasy trilogy, had long faded from the public consciousness. Royalties were dwindling, inspiration had dried up, and the looming threat of eviction hung over my tiny Brooklyn apartment like a malevolent cloud. Blackwood Manor, despite the baggage it carried, was a lifeline, a chance to escape, to find the quiet, the solitude, the something I desperately needed to resurrect my career. But even as the logical part of my brain wrestled with the practicalities of inheriting a potentially valuable estate, the whispers started. At first, they were faint, barely audible rustling leaves, the wind whistling through cracks in the window pane. But they grew, subtly, insidiously, into something else. Something that sounded like voices, murmuring my name, laced with a chilling urgency. I dismissed them, of course. Stress, exhaustion, the creeping anxiety of my failing career. But the voices persisted, growing louder, clearer, each time I looked at the map, each time I considered the offer from Mr. Abernathy. The map itself was an enigma. Drawn in meticulous detail on aged parchment, it depicted the manor house and its surrounding grounds. But there were anomalies, inconsistencies that made my skin crawl. Pathways that disappeared into dense, impenetrable forests. Symbols, crude and unsettling, etched into the corners of the map, symbols that felt vaguely familiar, yet terrifyingly alien. And Blackwood Forest, the sprawling expanse of woods that bordered the estate, was marked with a single stark warning, caveat, beware. I tried researching the Blackwood family. Genealogical websites, local historical societies, even obscure occult texts. I devoured everything I could find. But the information was scarce, fragmented, shrouded in secrecy. The Blackwoods had been prominent figures in Harrow County for generations, but their history was punctuated by whispers of scandal, tragedy, and madness. There were mentions of strange rituals, forbidden knowledge, and a lingering darkness that seemed to cling to the Blackwood name. My grandfather, Silas, was an anomaly in the family history. A recluse, a scholar, a man who shunned society and devoted himself to what? The records were vague, referring only to private studies and esoteric pursuits. But I found a photograph, tucked away in a dusty archive that sent a shiver down my spine. Sila's younger, thinner, his eyes burning with an unnerving intensity, standing in front of Blackwood Manor. In the background, barely visible in the shadows, was a shape, a form that defied definition, something large, something dark, something that seemed to writhe in the periphery of the image. That photograph was the turning point. Fear mingled with a morbid curiosity, a perverse fascination with the darkness that seemed to cling to my family history. I knew then that I couldn't ignore the call of Blackwood Manor. I had to go, to confront the secrets that had haunted my family for generations, to unravel the mystery that had claimed my grandfather's sanity, and perhaps his life. So I packed my bags, said goodbye to my cramped apartment and my dwindling hopes, and boarded a bus bound for Harrow County, Maine. The journey was long and arduous, the landscape gradually shifting from the grimy urban sprawl of the city to the rugged, windswept coastline of New England. As we drew closer to Harrow County, a palpable sense of unease settled over me, a feeling of being watched, of being drawn into something ancient and unknowable. The bus dropped me off at a desolate crossroads, miles from the nearest town. Mr. Abernathy, as promised, was waiting for me. He stood beside a sleek black car, his face impassive, his obsidian eyes gleaming in the fading light. He offered a curt nod, a wordless greeting, and gestured towards the car. "Welcome to Harrow County, Mr. Thorne," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. "Blackwood Manor awaits." The drive was silent, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the relentless drumming of the rain. The landscape grew increasingly wild and untamed, the trees crowding in on the narrow, winding road. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something acrid, metallic, like the smell of old blood. Finally, we reached the gates of Blackwood Manor. Imposing wrought iron gates, their intricate designs twisted into grotesque shapes, snarling beasts, leering faces, figures writhing in torment. The gates were locked, secured by a heavy chain and a rusty padlock. Abernathy produced a key, its teeth worn and corroded, and unlocked the gates with a grating screech that echoed through the surrounding forest. As the gates swung open, revealing the long, winding driveway leading to the manor house, I caught my first glimpse of Blackwood Manor in its entirety, and the breath caught in my throat. It was even more imposing, more sinister than I had imagined. A sprawling edifice of dark stone, its architecture a bizarre blend of Victorian grandeur and Gothic menace. Turrets and gables clawed at the stormy sky, their silhouettes jagged and menacing. The windows were dark, empty sockets, staring out at me with an unblinking, malevolent gaze. The manor seemed to exude a palpable sense of decay, of rot, of something ancient and deeply wrong. It was a monument to despair, a testament to the darkness that had consumed the Blackwood family for generations. Abernathy drove slowly up the driveway, the headlights cutting through the rain and illuminating the overgrown grounds. The lawns were choked with weeds, the flower beds overgrown with thorny bushes. Statues, their faces obscured by moss and lichen, stood sentinel along the driveway, their poses twisted and unnatural. As we drew closer to the manor house, I noticed something else, a subtle movement in the shadows. a fleeting glimpse of something dark and indistinct flitting among the trees. I blinked, trying to focus, but it was gone. "What was that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Abernathy didn't answer, his face still impassive, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He parked the car in front of the manor house, the engine sputtering and dying with a sigh. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the relentless drumming of the rain and the whispering of the wind through the trees. Abernathy got out of the car, his movements stiff and deliberate. He walked to the trunk, opened it, and pulled out my suitcase. "This is it, Mr. Thorne," he said, his voice as cold and lifeless as the stone of the manor house. "Blackwood Manor, your new home." He placed my suitcase on the ground and turned to face me, his obsidian eyes piercing my soul. "I have the keys," he said, producing a heavy ring of iron keys from his pocket. "I will show you around, then I will be leaving. I trust you will find everything, to your satisfaction." He led me to the front door, a massive oak door studded with iron bolts and decorated with grotesque carvings. He selected a key from the ring and inserted it into the lock. The lock clicked, and the door swung open with a groan that echoed through the silent house. The interior was even more oppressive than the exterior. A vast, echoing hall shrouded in shadows, filled with the scent of dust, mildew, and decay. The air was cold, damp, and heavy with a sense of unease. Abernathy led me through the hall, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The house was filled with antique furniture, draped in dust sheets. Portraits, their faces obscured by shadows, lined the walls, their eyes seeming to follow me as I moved. He showed me the library, a vast room lined with bookshelves filled with ancient tomes. The drawing room with its ornate fireplace and decaying furniture. The dining room with its long mahogany table and its chilling silence. Each room was more oppressive than the last, each filled with a sense of history, of tragedy, of something deeply wrong. Finally, he led me to a bedroom, a large, sparsely furnished room on the second floor. A four-poster bed, draped in a tattered canopy, stood in the center of the room. A single window, overlooking the Blackwood forest, offered a glimpse of the storm-tossed trees. "This will be your room, Mr. Thorne," Abernathy said, his voice devoid of emotion. "I trust it will suffice." He placed the keys on the dresser and turned to face me. "I have shown you everything you need to know," he said. "I will be leaving now. If you require anything further, you can contact my office, but I doubt you will." He paused, his obsidian eyes piercing mine. "Blackwood Manor takes care of its own," he said, his voice a chilling whisper. "In its own way." Then, without another word, he turned and walked out of the room, his footsteps echoing down the hall. I stood alone in the bedroom, the rain lashing against the window, the wind howling through the trees. The silence of the house pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. I was alone, utterly, completely alone, in Blackwood Manor. And then I heard it. A whisper, faint, barely audible, but undeniably there. It seemed to come from the shadows, from the walls, from the very air itself. It whispered my name, Elias. A shiver ran down my spine. I wasn't alone after all. Something else was here. Something waiting. I spent the next few hours exploring the house, trying to familiarize myself with its layout, its secrets. The library, with its endless rows of ancient books, was particularly intriguing. I ran my fingers along the spines, reading the titles, arcane texts on forgotten languages, forbidden knowledge, and occult practices. The books seemed to pulse with a strange energy, a sense of hidden power. I found a journal, bound in leather and clasped with a tarnished silver lock, tucked away on a high shelf. It was written in my grandfather's handwriting. I picked it up, my heart pounding in my chest. This could be the key, the answer to the mystery that had brought me here. But the lock was too tight. I didn't want to force it. I decided to leave it for later when I was less unnerved. As darkness descended, the house grew colder, more oppressive. The shadows deepened, twisting into grotesque shapes. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. I tried to convince myself that it was just the wind, just the old house settling, just my imagination running wild. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to make a mistake. I built a fire in the fireplace in the library, hopping to ward off the chill, both physical and emotional. The flames flickered and danced, casting strange shadows on the walls. I sat in a comfortable armchair, the journal resting on my lap, and tried to read. But the words swam before my eyes. My mind was racing, filled with anxiety, with fear, with the creeping sense of dread that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the house. I closed the book and stared into the fire, lost in thought. What was it about this place that made me feel so uneasy? Was it just the isolation, the darkness, the history of tragedy? Or was there something more? Something supernatural, something malevolent? Suddenly the fire flared up, casting a blinding light across the room. I shielded my eyes, startled, and then I saw it. A figure standing in the shadows near the doorway. Tall, gaunt, its features obscured by the darkness. It was watching me. I gasped, my heart leaping into my throat. "Who's there?" I stammered, my voice trembling. The figure didn't answer. It simply stood there, silent, motionless. I reached for the poker, my hand shaking. I said, "Who's there?" The figure took a step forward, its form slowly emerging from the shadows. And I saw its face. It was my grandfather, Silas Blackwood. But not the Silas Blackwood I remembered from the photograph. This was something else. His face was gaunt, skeletal, his eyes burning with an unholy light. His skin was stretched tight over his bones, his lips pulled back in a grotesque grin. He was dead, undeniably, terrifyingly dead. And he was looking at me. His eyes locked onto mine, and a wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. "Elias," he whispered, his voice a rasping croak, "you've come home." The fire roared, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The wind howled, rattling the windows. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. I was trapped in Blackwood Manor, with my dead grandfather. And something tells me this is just the beginning. Chapter 2, descent into the shadows. Terror, raw and visceral, clawed at my throat, choking the scream that threatened to erupt. My grandfather, Silas, or whatever it was wearing his face, stood motionless, a skeletal silhouette against the flickering firelight. The air in the library crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. "Stay back," I managed to croak, clutching the poker like a lifeline. My knuckles were white, my grip so tight I thought the metal would bend. I wanted to run, to flee this nightmare, but my legs felt like lead, rooted to the floor. The figure, my grandfather's spectral form, tilted its head slightly, the grotesque grin widening. "There is no need for fear, Elias," it rasped, the voice a dry, rustling sound like leaves skittering across a graveyard. "You are home. This is your place." The words, so familiar, so intimate, sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me. Home. This haunted mausoleum, this festering wound in the earth, was not my home. My home was a cramped apartment in Brooklyn, filled with the comforting clutter of a life I understood, a life where the shadows were just shadows, not something that breathed and whispered. You're dead," I stammered, the words a pathetic plea. The firelight danced across the decaying face, highlighting the hollow sockets where eyes once blazed with intelligence, now burned with something else, something hungry. "Death is merely a transition, Elias," it replied, its voice laced with a chilling amusement. "A shedding of the mortal coil, a liberation." It took a step forward, and the shadows seemed to recoil, giving way to a sickly, ethereal glow that emanated from its form. The air grew colder, the scent of decay intensified, mingling with the cloying sweetness of something unfamiliar. I raised the poker, my arm trembling with the effort. "Stay away from me." "There is no need for violence, Elias," it said, its voice growing softer, almost seductive. "We are family. We share a bond, a heritage. You belong here." The words were a siren song, drawing me closer, tempting me with a false sense of belonging. But beneath the surface, I could feel the darkness, the corruption, the insatiable hunger that radiated from the creature before me. This was not my grandfather. This was something that had stolen his form, something that was using his voice to lure me into a trap. I lunged forward, swinging the poker with all my might. The metal connected with the figure's shoulder with a sickening thud. But it didn't flinch. The poker passed through the creature, leaving nothing but a shimmering distortion in the air. It reeled back slightly, but its grin never wavered. "Foolish boy," it hissed, its voice now tinged with a hint of anger. "You cannot harm me. You cannot escape." It raised a hand, and the fire in the fireplace began to flicker and die. The shadows in the library deepened, pressing in on me, suffocating me. A cold, unseen presence wrapped around me, constricting my breath, paralyzing my limbs. I struggled, gasping for air, but it was no use. I was trapped. The figure, my grandfather, moved closer, its spectral form looming over me. It reached out a skeletal hand, its fingers long and claw-like. "Let go, Elias," it whispered, its voice now a low, seductive murmur. "Embrace the darkness. Embrace your inheritance." Its touch was like ice, a chilling caress that sent a jolt of pain through my entire body. I felt my strength draining away, my consciousness fading. Then a flicker of resistance, a memory of the photograph, of the unsettling shape in the background, the chilling warning. "No," I gasped, the word a desperate plea. "I won't." The creature paused, its skeletal face contorting in what might have been a frown. "You resist," it hissed, "why?" "You're not my grandfather." I spat the words at it, the surge of defiance giving me a momentary respite. "You're something else." It chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Perhaps you are right, Elias. Perhaps I am more than your grandfather. Perhaps I am the beginning and the end." It tightened its grip and the pain intensified. The shadows swirled around me, closing in, suffocating. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. But then I felt it, a faint pulse, a thrumming sensation deep within the earth. It resonated with me, a subtle vibration that seemed to bypass the creature's grasp. It was faint, like a whisper in the wind, but it offered a thread of hope. I focused on the sensation, clinging to it with all my might. I let it guide me, letting it pull me from the creature's grasp. The pain began to recede, the shadows loosening their grip. With a surge of adrenaline, I broke free. I stumbled backward, away from the creature, collapsing against a bookshelf. Books tumbled down around me, their pages scattering across the floor. The creature recoiled, its form flickering, its attention momentarily diverted. "How?" it hissed, its voice filled with a hint of surprise. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my limbs. The thrumming sensation grew stronger, guiding me. I knew instinctively that I had to escape the library, that the source of the energy, the thing that gave me the ability to resist, was located elsewhere in the house. I turned and ran, ignoring the creature's enraged cries. I sprinted through the hall, past the portraits, past the dust-covered furniture. The house seemed to shift and change around me, the corridors twisting, the shadows deepening. I felt disoriented, lost, but the thrumming sensation, the faint pulse, remained my only guide. I burst out of the library and into the hall. The creature was close behind, its echoing footsteps closing the gap. It didn't seem to be able to move as fast as I could, but it was relentless. I saw a staircase leading to the upper floors, and I knew I had to reach it. I raced up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, the creature's enraged roars echoing behind me. The house seemed to groan with disapproval, the steps creaking beneath my weight. The air grew colder, the shadows darker. I reached the 2nd floor and paused, gasping for breath. The hallway stretched before me, lined with closed doors. Where should I go? The thrumming sensation was stronger now, pulling me towards a particular door at the end of the hallway. Without hesitation, I ran towards it and wrenched the door open. It was a bedroom, the master bedroom I assumed. The room was large and opulent, furnished with heavy antique furniture. A 4-poster bed draped in a crimson canopy dominated the room. A large, ornate mirror hung on the wall, reflecting the flickering candlelight. But it was the object on the nightstand that caught my eye. A small wooden box, intricately carved with the same unsettling symbols that I'd seen on the map. The box seemed to glow with a faint, inner light. The thrumming sensation emanated from it, a pulsing energy that resonated with my very core. The creature slammed into the door, slamming the door shut. I knew that I was trapped again. "Give it to me, Elias," the creature hissed, its voice a low, guttural growl. "Give me the box." I picked up the wooden box. It was cool to the touch. I knew with a certainty that went beyond logic that this was the key to understanding, the key to survival. "What is it?" I asked, buying time, trying to think, trying to understand. "It is your birthright," the creature said. "It is the key to unlocking your power, the power that flows through your veins." I looked at the box. The carvings, the symbols, they seemed to shift and writhe before my eyes. I felt drawn to it, yet repulsed. "Power," I echoed, my voice trembling. "What power?" The creature chuckled, its voice filled with anticipation. "The power of the Blackwoods, Elias. The power to command the shadows. The power to transcend death. The power to become." The door handle rattled, and the door began to shake. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to find a way out to escape the creature and the suffocating grip of Blackwood Manor. And I had to find out what the box was, what secrets it held. I had to learn to fight, or die trying. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the box. I was prepared for another struggle, but the creature was already forcing the door in. "I will not let you," I screamed, and I knew that if it got the box, my time was over. The door burst open. I turned and noticed a fireplace in the far corner of the room. A fireplace with a fire blazing and a poker. I ran towards the fireplace. I knew that it could be my only chance. I could maybe escape again. Without hesitation, I jumped and I pushed the poker. But I didn't touch it. The fireplace, it opened. There was a tunnel behind it, dark, dusty, and ominous. Without thinking, I threw myself inside. The creature screamed, a sound that echoed through the house. The creature was near. I had to go. I crawled through the tunnel and I looked back. The door of the fireplace, it was closing. But before it closed, I saw two eyes, dark, menacing, and full of hatred. It was my grandfather, and it knew I was escaping. I continued to crawl, and soon I was lost. The tunnel was long, dark, and filled with dust and spider webs. I kept the box clutched tightly in my hand, the thrumming sensation a constant reassurance. It was the only thing I had left. Where was this tunnel going? I crawled and crawled, and after a while I heard something. A faint sound like whispering. I stopped, listening intently. The whispering grew louder, more distinct. And I recognized the voices. They were the same voices I had heard before, the voices that had whispered my name, the voices that had drawn me to Blackwood Manor. The voices were calling to me, beckoning me, promising me something. But were they really promises, or were they a trick, a deadly temptation? I hesitated. The whispers were seductive, promising knowledge, power, and belonging. But I knew deep down that I couldn't trust them. I had to be careful. The house was alive, and I knew now that its secrets were best left buried. With a renewed sense of determination, I continued to crawl, trying to ignore the whispers, trying to focus on the thrumming energy from the box. I had to get out of this tunnel. I had to survive, and I had to find out what Blackwood Manor wanted with me. My journey through the tunnel would change my destiny forever. I knew that. And in that moment, I knew also that I was alone, yet not alone. I had found the power, and it was time to embrace the darkness. I had found my own voice, and from now on, I could hear it clearly. Chapter 3: Echoes in the Dark. The whispers intensified, weaving around me like spectral cobwebs, their voices a chorus of seduction and menace. Each word, though barely audible, resonated with a chilling clarity, promising power, knowledge, and a twisted sense of belonging. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the voices seemed to penetrate my very skull, resonating within my bones. Elias, come closer. We have so much to show you. The power of the Blackwoods is yours to claim. Embrace the darkness, become one with the house. I pressed on, crawling deeper into the tunnel, the rough earth scraping against my skin. The air grew thick with the smell of damp soil, decaying wood, and something else, something ancient and mineral, like the scent of stone that has been buried for centuries, imbued with the weight of forgotten ages. The thrumming sensation from the box, clutched tightly in my hand, remained my only anchor, a fragile thread connecting me to the world of the living. I focused on it, letting it guide me, trying to block out the insidious whispers that sought to unravel my sanity. The tunnel twisted and turned, a labyrinth of earth and stone. I lost all sense of direction, all sense of time. Was I moving forward, or simply circling back on myself, trapped in an endless loop of darkness and despair? Then I saw it, a faint glimmer of light far ahead in the tunnel. Hope surged through me, a beacon in the suffocating darkness. I crawled faster, my limbs aching, my lungs burning. The light grew brighter, revealing the outline of a passage leading upwards towards the surface. I reached the passage and scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady. The tunnel opened into a small, circular chamber, its walls lined with rough-hewn stones. A single shaft of moonlight pierced through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating the chamber with an ethereal glow. I looked around, trying to orient myself. Where was I? The chamber was small, barely large enough to stand in. The walls were damp and moss-covered, and the air was thick with the smell of earth and decay. The only feature of the chamber, besides the hole in the ceiling, was a small, stone altar in the center of the room. The altar was covered in strange symbols, the same unsettling glyphs that I'd seen on the map and carved into the wooden box. The symbols seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light, mirroring the energy that emanated from the box in my hand. As I stared at the altar, a sense of dread washed over me. This was no ordinary chamber. This was a place of ritual, a place of sacrifice, a place where dark things had been done. And then I heard the whispers again. Louder now, closer. They seemed to come from the altar itself, resonating from the stone. Elias, you have arrived. The power awaits. Claim your destiny. I took a step back, away from the altar, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew instinctively that I had to get out of this place, but it was too late. The shadows in the chamber began to deepen, swirling around me, constricting my breath. The air grew colder, the scent of decay intensified. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form shimmering and indistinct. It was my grandfather. "Welcome, Elias," it rasped, its voice a dry, rustling sound. "I have been waiting for you." I clutched the wooden box tighter, my knuckles white. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "I want what is rightfully mine," it replied, its spectral form moving closer. "The box, the power, your soul." "My soul," I echoed, my voice barely a whisper. "Yes, Elias," it said, its eyes burning with an unholy light. "Your soul. It is the key to unlocking the full potential of the Blackwood bloodline, the key to transcending mortality." I shook my head, refusing to believe what I was hearing. "You're insane," I said. "This is insane." It chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Insanity is a matter of perspective, Elias. What you perceive as madness is simply a higher state of awareness, a glimpse beyond the veil." It reached out a skeletal hand, its fingers long and claw-like. "Give me the box, Elias," it said, its voice growing softer, almost seductive. "And I will show you the truth. I will show you the power." I hesitated. The box pulsed in my hand, its energy beckoning me, tempting me with the promise of forbidden knowledge. But I knew, deep down, that accepting the creature's offer would be a fatal mistake. "No," I said, my voice firm. "I won't." The creature's face contorted in rage. "Foolish boy," it hissed. "You cannot defy me. I am your destiny." It lunged towards me, its spectral form blurring with speed. I raised the wooden box, desperate to defend myself. But before the creature could reach me, the box began to glow. A bright, blinding light erupted from the box, filling the chamber with an ethereal radiance. The creature recoiled, its spectral form flickering and distorting. The light intensified, washing over me, searing through me. I felt a surge of energy coursing through my veins, a power unlike anything I had ever experienced. I screamed, a primal sound of pain and ecstasy. The chamber began to shake, the walls trembling. The symbols on the altar glowed with an intense, malevolent light. And then the altar opened. A gaping hole appeared in the center of the altar, revealing a dark, bottomless abyss. A wave of cold, foul air rushed from the abyss, carrying with it the scent of death and decay. The creature shrieked, a sound of pure terror. "No," it cried, "not the abyss. I will not return." It struggled, desperately trying to escape, but it was too late. A tentacle emerged from the abyss, a long, sinuous appendage covered in glistening scales. It wrapped around the creature, constricting it, pulling it towards the darkness. The creature screamed, its spectral form dissolving as it was dragged into the abyss. The screams faded until only silence remained. The chamber stopped shaking. The light from the box dimmed until it was just a faint glow. The abyss remained open, a dark, gaping maw in the center of the altar. I stood there trembling, my body racked with pain. The wooden box lay on the floor, its energy spent. I looked at the abyss, a bottomless pit of darkness and despair. What was it? What had it taken? I didn't know, but I knew that I had to close it. I took a deep breath and reached for the box. As I approached the altar, I realized that there was a stone lid placed to the side. I placed the box on the altar and started moving the lid towards the hole. It was heavy, but I was strong. I was filled with energy, but I had to focus. The darkness was calling me. I was finally able to cover the opening, and all of a sudden, the chamber became silent. It was finally over. I stumbled back to the tunnel and started walking towards the entrance. I found my path. Soon, I was at the exit, where I found myself in the middle of the forest. But something was different. The forest was darker, more twisted, more menacing. The sky was covered with clouds, and there was a storm coming. I started walking towards Blackwood Manor. I had to know what had happened. As I got closer, I saw that the house was completely dark. There were no lights, no sounds. It was as if it was abandoned. I walked towards the entrance and opened the door. I stepped inside. The house was cold, silent, and empty. I started walking towards the library. I had to see if the creature was still there. As I got closer, I heard something. A faint sound like breathing. I stopped, listening intently. The breathing grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from the library. I walked towards the door and peeked inside. The library was dark, but I could see something. A figure sitting in the armchair. It was my grandfather. But it wasn't the creature. It was my grandfather. He was alive. I walked inside, my heart pounding in my chest. "Grandfather," I said, my voice trembling. He looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. "Elias," he said, his voice weak, "what are you doing here?" He didn't remember. I walked closer and knelt down beside him. "What happened?" I asked. "Do you remember anything?" He shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I just remember darkness." I looked at him and I knew that he was telling the truth. The creature was gone. I helped him up and led him out of the library. "We have to get out of here," I said. "This house, it's not safe." He nodded, and we started walking towards the entrance. As we walked, I saw something. A shadow moving in the corner of my eye. I stopped and looked around. There was nothing there, but I knew that it was still watching us. Something was still in this house, and it wasn't gone. Chapter 4: Whispers of the Past, Shadows of the Future. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. The fleeting glimpse of shadow, the unsettling feeling of being watched, it was all too familiar. The creature might be gone, banished back to whatever abyss it had crawled from, but something lingered in Blackwood Manor. A residue of its presence, a malevolent echo that clung to the walls, the very air. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my grip tightening on my grandfather's arm. Silas blinked, his eyes still clouded with confusion. "See what, Elias? I feel so weak." He was frail, disoriented, a shadow of the man I had seen in the photograph, the man who had once burned with such unnerving intensity. Now he seemed lost, adrift in a sea of fractured memories and lingering fear. Just stay close, I said, guiding him towards the front door. We need to get out of here, now. We moved quickly, the silence of the house pressing in on us, amplifying the sound of our footsteps. Each creak of the floorboards, each rustle of the wind against the windows, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. We reached the front door and I pulled it open, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the manor. But as we stepped outside, the scene that greeted us was far from reassuring. The storm had intensified. Rain lashed down in sheets, blurring the landscape. The wind howled through the trees, their branches thrashing wildly, like tormented spirits reaching for the sky. The darkness was almost absolute, broken only by the occasional flash of lightning that illuminated the manor house in a stark, ethereal glow. It's terrible, Silas stammered, his voice trembling. We can't go out in this. I knew he was right. The storm was dangerous, potentially deadly, but staying in the house was even worse. We don't have a choice, I said, my voice grim. We can't stay here. We have to try and reach the town. I knew it was a long shot. The town was miles away, and the roads would be treacherous in this weather. But it was better than waiting for whatever lurked in Blackwood Manor to reveal itself again. I wrapped my arm around Silas, supporting his weight, and we set off into the storm. The rain soaked us instantly, chilling us to the bone. The wind buffeted us from all sides, making it difficult to walk. The darkness was almost impenetrable, forcing us to rely on the occasional flash of lightning to guide our way. The driveway seemed endless, stretching out before us like a path to oblivion. The trees loomed on either side, their branches clawing at us, whispering secrets in the wind. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The shadows seemed to deepen, to coalesce into shapes. I caught fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery of my vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice barely audible above the howling wind. Silas didn't answer, his face buried in his chest, his body trembling with cold and fear. I pressed on, determined to reach safety to escape the clutches of Blackwood Manor. But the forest seemed to resist us, the path growing steeper, the obstacles more frequent. Fallen branches blocked our way, forcing us to climb over them. The mud was slick and treacherous, making it difficult to keep our footing. Then I heard it. A sound that made my blood run cold. The howl. Long, mournful, and filled with a primal hunger. It came from the forest close by. "What was that?" Silas stammered, his eyes widening in terror. "I don't know," I said, my voice grim, "but I don't think we want to find out." I urged Silas forward, quickening our pace. The howl came again, closer this time. Whatever it was hunting us. We stumbled through the forest, our breath coming in ragged gasps. The howling grew louder, more insistent. I could feel the creature gaining on us. Then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing in the darkness. They were large, luminous, and filled with a malevolent intelligence. They were watching us. The creature emerged from the shadows. It was huge, powerful, and utterly terrifying. It was a wolf, but not an ordinary wolf. This wolf was massive, its fur as black as midnight, its eyes burning with an unholy light. Its teeth were long and sharp, its claws like daggers. It was a creature of nightmare. It snarled, its breath fogging in the cold air. It lowered its head and prepared to attack. I knew that we were trapped. We were alone in the middle of a storm, hunted by a monstrous wolf. I had to do something. I had to protect Silas. I pushed Silas behind me and faced the wolf, my heart pounding in my chest. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice trembling. "Stay away from us." The wolf didn't listen. It snarled again and lunged forward, its teeth bared, its claws extended. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the attack. But it didn't come. Instead, I heard a sound. A loud crack, followed by a whimper. I opened my eyes. The wolf was lying on the ground, twitching. Standing over it was Silas. He was holding a branch, its end covered in blood. He had struck the wolf. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice filled with disbelief. Silas nodded, his eyes wide with shock. I don't know what came over me," he stammered. "I just reacted." I stared at him, amazed. He had been so frail, so helpless just moments before. Now he had found the strength to defend us. But as I looked at him closer, I noticed something else. His eyes were glowing. The same eerie, unholy light that I had seen in the wolf's eyes. A shiver ran down my spine. What was happening to him? "Let's go," I said, my voice urgent. "We need to get out." The blood, still fresh on the broken branch, glistened in the sporadic flashes of lightning. The dying wolf, its massive form convulsing in its final throes, offered a gruesome testament to the unnatural strength that had surged through my grandfather. His eyes, usually clouded and lost, now blazed with an unsettling intensity, mirroring the creature he'd just dispatched. A primal instinct, a terrifying echo of the darkness that resided within Blackwood Manor, had seized control. "Let's go," I repeated, my voice barely a whisper, urging him forward. The sight of him, standing over the dying wolf, filled me with a conflicting mix of relief and dread. Relief that we were still alive, and dread that the darkness within the Blackwood bloodline had manifested so readily, so brutally. He nodded, his gaze still fixed on the dying beast, his face a mask of confusion and hunger. I couldn't be sure. The storm, unrelenting, pressed in on us, the wind and rain a constant assault. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every rustle of leaves hinted at another lurking threat. We moved swiftly, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, fueling a desperate need to escape. We had to reach the road, the town, any semblance of safety. As we stumbled through the ravaged forest, the path becoming increasingly difficult to discern, Silas stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him. He cried out in pain, clutching his ankle. I knelt beside him, my heart sinking. "What is it? Are you all right?" He winced, his face contorted with pain. I think I twisted it. I can't put any weight on it." This was a disaster. We were stranded, injured in the heart of the storm, with whatever lurked in this cursed forest still potentially hunting us. "All right," I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "I'll carry you." It was a daunting prospect. He wasn't a small man, and I wasn't exactly a weightlifter, but there was no other option. I carefully scooped him into my arms, ignoring the searing pain in my own muscles. He was heavier than I expected, his body stiff with cold and fear. "Just try to relax," I said, attempting a reassuring tone. He nodded, his eyes searching mine, a flicker of something I couldn't quite decipher: gratitude, apprehension, or something far more sinister. The journey was agonizing. The storm raged, the darkness consumed us. I struggled through the mud and the fallen branches, my muscles screaming in protest. Silas, despite his pain, remained surprisingly silent, his grip on my shoulders tight. I pressed on, driven by a desperate hope, a primal need to survive. And then I saw it. A light. Faint flickering in the distance, but undeniably a light. It was a beacon, a promise of salvation. "There," I said, my voice cracking with exhaustion. "I see a light. We're almost there." Silas's grip on my shoulders tightened. Where? Where is it?" "Just ahead," I gasped, my voice hoarse. "We're almost there. Hold on." Fueled by adrenaline and hope, I pushed forward, stumbling through the darkness towards the promise of the light. As we drew closer, the light grew brighter, revealing the outline of a building. It was a small, dilapidated farmhouse, its windows glowing with a warm, inviting light. Relief washed over me, a wave of exhaustion and exhilaration. We were saved. I staggered towards the farmhouse, ignoring the pain in my arms and legs. The front door was unlocked, and I pushed it open, stepping inside. The interior was warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the raging storm outside. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A woman, her face etched with lines of age and weariness, sat in a rocking chair, knitting. She looked up at us, her eyes widening in surprise. "My heavens," she exclaimed, her voice raspy but kind. "What happened to you? You look like you've been through a war." I managed a weak smile. We got caught in the storm," I said, my voice trembling with cold. "My grandfather, he's injured." I gently lowered Silas to the floor, his face pale with pain. The woman rushed towards us, her movements surprisingly nimble for her age. "Bring him over to the fire," she said. "Let me get a look at that ankle." We moved towards the hearth, the warmth of the fire enveloping us. The woman knelt beside Silas, examining his ankle with a practiced hand. "It's a bad sprain," she said, shaking her head. "Probably a fracture, too. We need to get him to a doctor." Can you call for help?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Of course," she said. "I'll call the sheriff. You just sit tight. You both look exhausted." She disappeared into another room and minutes later returned, a phone in her hand, a look of concern on her face. "The lines are down," she said, her voice tight. "The storm must have knocked them out. There's no signal either. I can't call for help." My heart sank. We were trapped again. "We can't leave him," I said, my voice strained. "Can we stay here, just until the storm passes?" "Of course, dear. You're both welcome to stay as long as you need. My name is Elena." She looked from Sailors to me with a warm smile. Elena ushered us into the kitchen. She insisted on making us hot tea and bringing us blankets. She explained that she lived alone, her husband having passed many years before. She survived on a small pension, growing her own vegetables and keeping her house warm with wood from her own property. She was kind, gentle, and her presence was a comfort. The farmhouse felt safe, a haven from the horrors of Blackwood Manor and the storm. While Elena busied herself with making us comfortable, I took the opportunity to examine the farmhouse. It was old, simple, and sparsely furnished, but clean and well maintained. There were no signs of anything amiss, no unsettling shadows, no whispers in the air. I had almost begun to let my guard down, to believe that we were truly safe, when I noticed something that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. On the wall above the fireplace hung a portrait. It was a portrait of a man with dark hair, piercing eyes, and a familiar, unsettling intensity. It was a portrait of Silas Blackwood, my grandfather. But he was younger, his features sharper, his expression almost triumphant. I stared at the portrait, my heart pounding in my chest. How could this be? What connection did this woman have to my family? I turned to Elena, my voice trembling. Who is that? Elena followed my gaze, her face softening with a wistful smile. That's my husband, Silas, she said. Silas Blackwood. He was a good man, a kind man. I miss him terribly. I stared at her, speechless. My grandfather, her husband. But how? Silas, my grandfather, had died decades ago. Elena, seeing my confusion, patted my hand. Oh dear, did I not make that clear? My husband, the man in the portrait, he was the one who owned Blackwood Manor. We lived there for many years. But he's dead, I stammered, the world tilting on its axis. I inherited the manor from him. Elena's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. My dear, I'm afraid you've been misled. Silas passed away many years ago. The manor has been empty ever since. She hesitated, and a shadow seemed to pass over her face. There's a darkness about Blackwood Manor, a darkness that always seemed to follow Silas. It was too much for me. That's why we left, that's why we moved here. I was reeling, my mind struggling to process the information. Silas alive, dead, both. Blackwood Manor empty. My grandfather was the man in the picture, and Elena's husband, yet I had seen his corpse in the manor. But there were more questions than answers. I looked at Silas, sitting by the fire, his eyes still dazed, his ankle still throbbing. Could he be her husband? Could he be another Silas Blackwood, a long-lost relative? Or was this all some elaborate delusion, a twisted game orchestrated by something? I looked at the door, at the storm raging outside, and I knew that we were trapped in a new way, that the dangers were far more numerous than I thought. But who, then, did I see at Blackwood Manor? I asked to the elderly woman. Elena's face turned pale. What did you see, dear? Tell me. I had to be sure. The man in the library, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. His face, it was my grandfather, and he wasn't human, not anymore. Elena's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening in terror. The shadow man, she whispered, her voice trembling. He still walks the halls. He has walked since Sila's disappeared. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The map, the symbols, the whispers, the creature in the library, the wolf in the forest, the power that surged through my grandfather, the wooden box. It was all connected, and it all pointed to one terrifying truth. Blackwood Manor wasn't just haunted. It was a doorway to something ancient, something evil, something that was using my family, my bloodline, for its own sinister purposes. The storm raged on. The farmhouse felt less and less secure. I had a feeling we weren't safe. "We have to leave," I said, my voice filled with urgency. "We can't stay here. We have to get away from Blackwood Manor and from him." Alina shook her head, her face etched with fear. "It's too late, dear. You're already in its grasp. The shadow man will follow you. He'll never let you go." She looked at Sila's, her gaze filled with a mixture of sadness and dread. "He has been waiting for you," she said, "for generations." The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. The fire in the hearth flickered and died, plunging the kitchen into darkness. And then I heard it. A whisper. Faint, barely audible, but undeniably there. It seemed to come from the shadows, from the walls, from the very air itself. It whispered my name. Elias. This time the whisper wasn't alone. A chorus of voices, hushed and menacing, joined the chorus. "He's here. He's coming. He's hungry." The darkness swirled, coalescing into a shape that I knew all too well. The shadow man. He was here, and he was coming for us. Chapter 5. The Farmhouse Labyrinth. The chorus of whispers intensified, a cacophony of insidious voices that resonated within the confines of the farmhouse, shattering the illusion of safety. Alina, her face a mask of terror, clutched her crucifix, her lips moving in silent prayer. Sila's, still dazed and disoriented, stared blankly into the encroaching shadows, oblivious to the impending danger. "He's here," I repeated, my voice barely a whisper, my heart hammering against my ribs. "We need to get out, now." But where could we go? The storm raged outside, the darkness was absolute, and the shadow man was already within the house. Escape seemed impossible. I looked around the kitchen, desperately searching for a weapon, anything to defend ourselves. A butcher knife lay on the counter, its blade gleaming menacingly in the dying firelight. I grabbed it, my hand trembling. "Come with me," I said, urging Alina and Sila's towards the back door. "We need to find a place to hide." Alina shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "It's no use, dear. He'll find us. He always does." "We have to try," I insisted, my voice firm. "We can't just give up." I managed to pull her to her feet, supporting her weight as we moved towards the back door. Sila's, still dazed and confused, followed behind, his injured ankle slowing him down. As we reached the back door, I hesitated. Where should we go? The darkness outside was impenetrable, the storm unforgiving. The only option seemed to be to stay within the farmhouse, to try and find a hiding place within its walls. I opened the back door and peered into the darkness. The back porch was shrouded in shadows, the rain lashing down in sheets. I stepped outside, scanning the surrounding area. And then I saw it. A figure standing in the shadows near the barn. It was tall, gaunt, and its features were obscured by the darkness. The Shadow Man. He was watching us. I gasped, my heart leaping into my throat. He was already there, waiting for us. "He's there," I hissed, pulling Alina and Silas back inside the kitchen. "He's outside." I slammed the door shut and bolted it, my hands trembling. We were trapped. "What do we do?" Alina whispered, her voice filled with panic. "What do we do?" I looked around the kitchen, desperately searching for a solution. There was a pantry, a small, cramped room filled with shelves of canned goods and supplies. It was hardly a secure hiding place, but it was better than nothing. "In here," I said, pushing Alina and Silas towards the pantry. "Quickly." We squeezed into the pantry, the cramped space amplifying our fear. I closed the door and latched it, hoping it would offer some protection. The pantry was dark, the only light filtering in through the cracks in the door. The air was thick with the scent of canned goods and dust. I could hear my own heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. We waited, holding our breath, listening intently. The storm raged outside, its fury masking any other sounds. Then I heard it. A creak. The sound of the back door opening. He was inside. Fear, raw and visceral, washed over me. I clutched the butcher knife tighter, my knuckles white. Footsteps echoed through the farmhouse, slow, deliberate, and menacing. They were coming closer. I held my breath, bracing myself for the inevitable. The footsteps stopped outside the pantry door. A long silence. Then a whisper. "Elias." My blood ran cold. He knew we were there. The door handle rattled. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the onslaught. The door burst open. The Shadow Man stood in the doorway, his form shimmering and indistinct. His eyes, burning with an unholy light, were fixed on me. He reached out a hand, his fingers long and claw-like. "Come with me, Elias," he whispered, his voice a dry, rustling sound. "Embrace your destiny." I lunged forward, swinging the butcher knife with all my might. The blade connected with the Shadow Man's chest with a sickening thud. But it didn't flinch. The knife passed through him, leaving nothing but a shimmering distortion in the air. He reached out and grabbed my wrist, his touch like ice. A jolt of pain shot through my body, paralyzing my limbs. I dropped the knife, my hand numb. He pulled me towards him, his grip unyielding. I struggled, desperate to break free, but it was no use. He was too strong. "It is time, Elias," he whispered. "It is time to become one with the darkness." I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the end. But then I heard a sound. A scream. "Alina." I opened my eyes. Alina was standing behind the Shadow Man, holding a heavy cast-iron skillet. She swung it with all her might, connecting with the back of his head. The Shadow Man staggered, his grip on my wrist loosening. I seized the opportunity and broke free. I stumbled back, away from the shadow man, my body trembling. Elena stood her ground, the skillet raised, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. "Get out of my house," she shouted, her voice trembling but firm. "Get out and leave us alone." The shadow man turned towards her, his face contorting in rage. "You dare defy me," he hissed, his voice a low, guttural growl. "You will pay for your insolence." He reached out towards Elena, his hand extended. But then Silas stepped forward. His eyes were glowing with the same eerie, unholy light that I had seen in the wolf's eyes. He raised his hand, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. The shadow man recoiled, his form flickering and distorting. "You cannot control me," Silas roared, his voice filled with power. "This is my blood, this is my house. You will not defile it." The shadow man screamed, a sound of pure terror. He turned and fled, his form dissolving into the shadows. The pantry door slammed shut. Silence descended, broken only by the ragged breathing of Elena and Silas. I stared at Silas, amazed and terrified. He had driven the shadow man away, but at what cost? His eyes were still glowing, the unholy light intensifying. His face was contorted with a primal rage. He was changing. The darkness was taking over. We had to stop him. I grabbed the butcher knife from the floor, my hand trembling. "Silas," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "what's happening to you?" He turned towards me, his eyes burning with hatred. "I am becoming what I was always meant to be," he said, his voice a low, guttural growl. "I am becoming the shadow man." He lunged forward, his hand extended, his fingers morphing into claws. I raised the knife, ready to defend myself. But as I did, I hesitated. Could I kill my own grandfather, even if he was becoming a monster? Elena screamed, and I knew that I didn't have a choice. I closed my eyes and plunged the knife into his chest. It was done. Silas staggered backward, his eyes widening in shock. He looked at me, his face filled with confusion and pain. And then he collapsed to the floor. The light in his eyes faded. He was gone. I stood there trembling, the knife still clutched in my hand. I had killed my own grandfather, and I had no idea what to do next. The storm raged on. I knew we had to find a solution soon to this storm of fears and hatred, and to the shadow man who would soon be back. Elena looked at me, her face full of grief and sorrow. "What happens now?" she asked. "I don't know," I said, "but I promise you I'll protect us." I stepped out of the pantry to feel the farmhouse once more. It wasn't safe. There was another option, another place to hide. We had to look outside. This time, the darkness would not defeat us. But what to do? The words appeared in my mind as fast as a lighting. There was a basement. Every old farmhouse has a basement, and it will be our next hiding place. I ran to search for the door, and I found it in the main corridor. Elena with me. We need to reach basement before he is back. The journey through the corridor was fast and full of tension. What do we search for Elias? A basement access door. It should be somewhere in the corridor. And it was true. The door was there, old and forgotten. But at least it was our last chance. I opened the door to feel the fresh basement air touching my face. It's here, let's go. Chapter 6, Depths of Despair. The basement stairs were steep and rickety, groaning under our weight as we descended into the earth. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth and mildew intensified, a chilling reminder of the darkness that permeated Blackwood Manor and its surrounding lands. Elena, her face etched with grief and fear, clung to my arm, her footsteps faltering. "Are you sure about this, dear?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Basements. They're never good places in stories like this." I forced a reassuring smile, though I felt anything but confident. "It's the best we've got, Elena. We need to get out of the main house to find a place where we can think, where we can plan." Silas's lifeless body lay upstairs, a stark reminder of the horrors that had unfolded, of the darkness that had consumed him. I couldn't afford to dwell on it, not yet. I had to focus on protecting Elena, on finding a way to survive. We reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped onto a cold, concrete floor. The basement was dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. The space was vast and cluttered, filled with forgotten relics of the farmhouses past, rusted tools, broken furniture, dusty boxes filled with unknown treasures and untold secrets. The walls were made of rough-hewn stone, damp and moss-covered. Cracks spider-webbed across the surface, hinting at the instability of the foundation. The air was heavy with a sense of claustrophobia, a feeling of being trapped beneath the weight of the earth. I scanned the basement, trying to assess our options. There was a small window, high up on one wall, but it was too small to climb through. There was a workbench cluttered with tools, a potential source of weapons, but also a potential hazard. And there were shadows everywhere, lurking in the corners, whispering in the darkness. "Stay close," I said, my voice low, drawing Elena closer to me. "Don't touch anything. We don't know what's down here." We moved cautiously through the basement, our footsteps echoing in the silence. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was lurking in the darkness, waiting for us to make a mistake. Then I heard it. A faint sound like scratching. It seemed to come from the walls, from the very stones themselves. I stopped, listening intently. The scratching grew louder, more distinct. It was accompanied by a low, guttural growl. My heart pounded in my chest. We weren't alone. "What is that?" Elena whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said, my voice grim. "But I don't think we want to find out." I grabbed a rusty shovel from the workbench, wielding it like a weapon. "Stay behind me," I said, urging Elena to move back towards the stairs. "I'll protect you." We moved slowly, cautiously, towards the source of the scratching. The sound grew louder, more insistent. I could feel my adrenaline pumping, my senses heightened. Then I saw it. A section of the wall near the foundation was crumbling. The stones were loose, and there was a dark, gaping hole behind them. The scratching was coming from the hole. I raised the shovel, ready to strike. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice trembling. "Show yourself." The scratching stopped, a long silence. Then a pair of eyes, glowing in the darkness. They were small, beady, and filled with a malevolent intelligence. They were watching us. A rat, but not an ordinary rat. This rat was huge, its fur matted and greasy, its teeth long and sharp. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the darkness within the basement. It snarled, its breath fogging in the cold air. It lowered its head and prepared to attack. I swung the shovel, aiming for its head. The blade connected with a sickening thud. The rat squealed, its body convulsing, but it didn't die. It scrambled out of the hole, its movements surprisingly fast for its size. It lunged towards me, its teeth bared, its claws extended. I swung the shovel again, but it dodged the blow. It leaped onto my leg, its claws sinking into my flesh. I cried out in pain, staggering backward. The rat clung to my leg, biting and scratching. Elias screamed and grabbed a broom, swinging it at the rat. The broom connected with its head, sending it flying across the basement. The rat landed on the floor, stunned but not defeated. It shook its head and prepared to attack again. But then something else happened. The ground began to tremble. The walls began to shake. The basement was collapsing. "What's happening?" Elias screamed, her voice filled with terror. "I don't know," I shouted, my voice strained. "But we need to get out of here, now." I grabbed Elias's hand and pulled her towards the stairs. The ground shook more violently, making it difficult to walk. The walls began to crack, chunks of stone falling from the ceiling. We reached the stairs and began to climb, our movements frantic. The basement was collapsing around us, the walls caving in, the ceiling falling. We burst out of the basement door and into the kitchen, gasping for air. The farmhouse was shaking violently, the walls creaking and groaning. "We need to get out of the house," I shouted, pulling Elias towards the front door. "It's going to collapse." We stumbled out of the farmhouse and into the storm. The rain lashed down in sheets. The wind howled through the trees. The farmhouse was shaking violently, its foundations crumbling. We ran as fast as we could, putting as much distance between us and the house as possible. The ground shook beneath our feet, making it difficult to keep our footing. Then, with a deafening roar, the farmhouse collapsed. The walls caved in, the roof crumbled, and the entire structure imploded into a pile of rubble. We stood there, trembling, watching as the farmhouse disappeared into the earth. It was gone, and we were alone, stranded in the middle of the storm, with nowhere to go. Elias was crying, her face etched with despair. "What are we going to do?" she sobbed. "What are we going to do?" I put my arm around her, trying to offer comfort. "I don't know," I said, my voice grim. "But we're not giving up. We're going to survive this." I looked around, trying to assess our situation. The storm was still raging. The darkness was absolute, and we were miles from the nearest town. We were trapped. But I refused to give up hope. There had to be something we could do, some way we could survive. Then I remembered something. The barn. There was a barn not far from the farmhouse. It might offer some shelter from the storm, some respite from the darkness. "Come on," I said, pulling Elena towards the barn. "There's a barn over there. We can take shelter there." We stumbled through the storm towards the barn. The wind howled through the trees, the rain lashed down in sheets. The ground was slick and treacherous, making it difficult to keep our footing. We reached the barn and pushed open the heavy wooden doors. The interior was dark and musty, filled with the scent of hay and animal manure. It was a far cry from the warmth and comfort of the farmhouse, but it was better than nothing. We stepped inside, seeking shelter from the storm. And then I heard it. A whisper. Faint, barely audible, but undeniably there. It seemed to come from the shadows, from the walls, from the very air itself. It whispered my name. Elias. It was the Shadow Man. He was here, and he was waiting for us. Chapter 7. The Barn of Lost Souls. The chilling whisper of my name carried on the wind that howled through the gaps in the barn's weathered walls, sent a fresh wave of dread crashing over me. Hope, fragile as it was, threatened to shatter completely. The farmhouse, a temporary sanctuary, was now a pile of rubble, and the Shadow Man, relentless and ever-present, had followed us even here. Elena, her eyes wide with terror, clutched my arm, her knuckles white. "He's here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I told you he'd find us." I forced a semblance of calm, though my own heart hammered against my ribs. "Stay behind me," I said, gripping the rusty shovel tighter. "We're not giving up, not yet." The barn was vast and shadowy, filled with the scent of hay and decay. Moonlight filtered through the cracks in the walls, casting eerie patterns on the floor. The air was thick with dust and the lingering presence of animals long gone. I scanned the barn, trying to discern the source of the whisper, the location of the Shadow Man. But the darkness was deceptive, the shadows shifting and swirling, making it impossible to see clearly. "Where is he?" Elena whispered, her voice barely audible. "I can't see him." "He's here," I said, my voice low. "I can feel him." Then I heard it again. A whisper. Closer this time, more distinct. Elias. It seemed to come from the loft, the elevated platform at the far end of the barn. I pointed the shovel towards the loft. "He's up there," I said, "in the loft." I took a step forward, ready to confront the Shadow Man. But then I heard another sound. A rustling in the hay. It seemed to come from the ground, near my feet. I looked down and saw them. Eyes. Hundreds of eyes, glowing in the darkness. They were small, beady, and filled with a malevolent intelligence. Rats, but not just a few rats. A swarm of rats, their numbers beyond counting, their bodies writhing and seething, their teeth bared, their eyes burning with an unholy light. They were surrounding us. "What is that?" Elena screamed, her voice filled with terror. "Rats," I said, my voice grim. "A lot of rats." The rats began to move, their bodies surging forward, their claws clicking on the wooden floor. They were closing in on us, their numbers overwhelming. I swung the shovel, trying to keep them at bay, but they were too numerous, too fast. They swarmed over the blade, their teeth gnawing at the wood. "We need to get out of here," I shouted, pulling Elena towards the ladder that led to the loft. "We need to get up there." We scrambled towards the ladder, the rats nipping at our heels. I reached the ladder and began to climb, Elena following close behind. The ladder was rickety and unstable, swaying with each step. The rats swarmed around us, climbing the ladder, their teeth sinking into our flesh. We reached the loft and pulled ourselves onto the platform, collapsing onto the hay. The rats surged up the ladder after us, a writhing mass of teeth and claws. I quickly kicked the ladder away, sending it crashing to the floor, hopefully preventing them from following us. The loft was dimly lit by the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the barn's roof. The air was thick with dust and the scent of old hay. The space was cramped, filled with bales of hay and scattered tools. We scrambled to our feet, trying to assess our situation. We were trapped. The shadow man was in the barn. The rats were below, and we were running out of options. "Are you all right?" I asked, turning to Elena, who was gasping for breath, her face pale with fear. She nodded, her eyes darting around the loft, searching for a way out. "Yes, just terrified." I scanned the loft, searching for a weapon, for a means of escape. There was a pitchfork lying on the floor, its tines gleaming in the dim light. I grabbed it, hoping it would provide some defense. Then I saw it. A trapdoor hidden in the floorboards, almost invisible in the shadows. My heart leaped, an escape route. I gestured towards the trapdoor. "Look, a way out." We moved towards the trapdoor and I tried to pry it open. It was stuck, the wood warped and swollen from years of neglect. I pulled and tugged, but it wouldn't budge. "Help me," I shouted to Elena. Together we heaved and strained, our muscles aching, our breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally, with a loud creak, the trapdoor popped open. A wave of cold, damp air rushed up from the opening, carrying with it the scent of earth and decay. I peered into the darkness. It was a tunnel, dark, narrow, and seemingly endless. "A tunnel?" Elena asked, her voice filled with confusion. "Where does it lead?" "I don't know," I said, my voice grim, "but it's our only chance." We had to take a chance. I looked down at the floor, towards the opening of the trapdoor, and then I heard the whispers. Elias. They were coming from below, rising up from the darkness. "He's here," I said, my voice filled with dread. "He knows we're here." The rats began to swarm at the edge of the trapdoor, their eyes glowing in the darkness. They gnawed and clawed, trying to get through, a terrifying wave of teeth and claws. There was no time to hesitate. "We have to go," I said, grabbing Elena's hand. "Now." We lowered ourselves into the tunnel, and I pulled the trapdoor shut, hoping it would provide some temporary protection. The tunnel was dark, cramped, and claustrophobic. The air was thick with dust and the smell of damp earth. We had to crawl on our hands and knees, our bodies scraping against the rough earth. The tunnel twisted and turned, a maze of darkness. I had no idea where it led, but I knew that we had to keep moving to keep escaping. We crawled through the tunnel, the whispers echoing around us, the rats scratching and gnawing at the other side of the trapdoor. I could feel the presence of the shadow man growing stronger, closer. Then I heard it. A sound from ahead. Footsteps. Someone or something was moving through the tunnel. Someone's ahead, I whispered to Elias, my voice trembling. We're not alone. We froze, listening intently. The footsteps grew closer, louder. And then we saw it. A light. A faint, flickering light, illuminating the darkness ahead. Hope surged through me, a desperate, flickering flame. Someone was in the tunnel, someone who might be able to help us. We crawled towards the light, our movements frantic. As we drew closer, we saw the source of the light. A lantern hanging from the ceiling of the tunnel, and standing beneath the lantern was a figure. A man, his face obscured by the shadows. He was dressed in tattered clothes, his body hunched over. He held a shovel in his hand. I froze, watching him. Who was he, friend or foe? He turned towards us, his face slowly emerging from the shadows. And I recognized him. It was Mr. Abernathy, the lawyer. His eyes, however, were no longer the cold, polished obsidian I remembered. They burned with an unnatural light, mirroring the eerie glow that had been in Silas's eyes. He smiled, a slow, unsettling grin. "Welcome, Elias," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. "I've been expecting you." It was finished. I had run out of places to hide. The circle was closing in, and there would be no escape. Chapter 8. The Architect of Shadows. Abernathy, the lawyer, the messenger, the purveyor of my family's cursed legacy. He stood before us in the subterranean tunnel, his features now twisted into a grotesque parody of humanity. His eyes, once cold and calculating, burned with an unholy fire, a chilling mirror of the darkness that had claimed Silas and now seemed to be closing in on us. You were expecting us," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper, the rusty shovel feeling inadequate in my grasp. Abernathy chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that echoed through the tunnel, amplifying the sense of dread. "Of course, Elias, I have been preparing for your arrival for generations. You are the key, the final piece of the puzzle." He gestured towards the lantern, its flickering light casting grotesque shadows on his face. "This tunnel, it's a vital part of the plan, the path to our destiny. It's been waiting for you." He took a step forward, his movements unnervingly fluid. His clothes hung loose on his emaciated frame, as if he was no longer tethered to the physical world. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and I could see the veins beneath, pulsing with a dark, unnatural energy. Elias, her face a mask of terror, squeezed my arm, her fingernails digging into my flesh. I could feel her fear, a palpable wave that threatened to overwhelm me. What do you want?" I asked, trying to maintain a semblance of control, to conceal the terror that threatened to consume me. Abernathy smiled, a slow, deliberate curl of his lips that revealed teeth that were too long, too sharp. "I want you, Elias. Your blood, your heritage, your essence. You are the culmination of centuries of planning, of preparation. You are the vessel." Vessel. The word struck me like a physical blow. The wooden box, the whispers, the visions, the relentless pursuit, it all coalesced into a terrifying, undeniable truth. I was not merely a recipient of a cursed inheritance. I was the object of it. "You're insane," I said, my voice shaking. "This is some kind of ritual, a sacrifice." Abernathy's smile widened, a glimpse of pure, unadulterated malice. "Sacrifice? No, Elias, this is not a sacrifice. It is a transformation, a merging. You will become more than human. You will become eternal." Eternal, the promise of immortality, a siren song that had lured countless souls to their doom. But in this context, it sounded less like a gift and more like a horrifying curse. "And what about her?" I asked, gesturing towards Elena, hoping to buy time to find a way to protect her. Abernathy turned his gaze towards Elena, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. "She is a complication, but a necessary one. She possesses a connection to the past, a knowledge that is useful." He paused, his gaze returning to me. "But you, Elias, are the heart of the matter. Your Blackwood blood is the key to unlocking the true potential of the darkness. With you, we can finally awaken him." Awaken him. The words were chilling, hinting at a power, a presence, far more ancient and malevolent than the Shadow Man or any creature I'd encountered thus far. "Awaken who?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Abernathy laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the tunnel. "You will see, Elias. In time you will see. But first you must embrace your destiny. You must surrender." He took another step forward, his eyes fixed on me, his movements drawing nearer. I knew that he was here for the box, the object I held so dear, that seemed to give me power. I knew what to do. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged towards him, swinging the rusty shovel. He did not flinch. The shovel connected with his shoulder, but it passed through him, leaving nothing but a shimmering distortion in the air. Abernathy's face twisted in frustration, the grin twisting into a snarl. "Foolish boy," he hissed, his voice a venomous whisper. "You cannot defeat me. I am a being of shadow and darkness. You cannot harm me with your crude weapons." He raised his hand, and a wave of darkness washed over the tunnel, extinguishing the lantern and plunging us into absolute blackness. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear Abernathy moving towards me, his footsteps echoing in the darkness. "Give me the box, Elias," he said, his voice a low, seductive murmur. "Give it to me and I will make this painless. I will make you whole." I clutched the wooden box tighter, refusing to give in. The darkness pressed in on me, suffocating me, amplifying my fear. I felt Elena's hand on mine, her grip trembling. "Run, Elias," she whispered, her voice filled with terror. "Run, save yourself." I knew that she was right. We couldn't stand and fight. We had to run to escape, to find a way to survive. I grabbed Elena's hand and started to run in a direction. But where to run? I didn't know. I didn't know where we were. But I ran and ran, feeling the terror creeping through me. I felt it, and after running for some minutes, the ground sloped. I was stumbling over loose stones. We were going downwards. Was this part of his plan? Had he predicted our every move? We continued our descent into the darkness. The tunnel twisted and turned, becoming narrower and narrower, the air growing more stale and close. I didn't know what to do. And suddenly we tripped. I had been walking for minutes, and all of a sudden the floor disappeared and I felt us falling. We were falling. The fall was short but violent. I landed hard on the ground, my head slamming against something. Pain exploded in my skull. I saw stars. Then everything went black. When I awoke, I was lying on the cold, damp floor of the tunnel. My head throbbed with pain. Elena was lying beside me, unconscious. I sat up, my body aching, my head spinning. I reached out and touched Elena's face, checking for a pulse. She was alive, thank God. I looked around. We were in a small, circular chamber, its walls made of rough-hewn stone. The air was cold, and the only source of light was a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the wooden box, which was still clutched tightly in my hand. I looked around, terrified. I had no idea where we were. I tried to stand up, but my legs were weak and I stumbled. I managed to get to my feet. I had to do something. We were here and we were in danger. I looked at Elena and started checking her for wounds. There were none. I looked around to discover what was around, if there were any doors, any windows. But there was nothing. The only way out was probably through the tunnel, where Abernathy would be waiting. I felt his presence. He was near. I couldn't run. It was time to fight back. I had to. There was a way, I felt it. Elena, wake up, I shouted and I shook her. She opened her eyes and looked at me. She looked confused, and I knew I had to tell her everything. Elena, are you all right? We have to get out of here. They will kill us. She looked at me and understood. The lawyer, the man, the box, what happened? I took a deep breath. We fell. We fell down the tunnel, and now we are in a place that has no exit, but this is not the worst part. Abernathy, he wants the box, and he wants me to do something. I stopped and looked at her. It was the time to be honest. He wants to transform me, to use my blood to awaken something. Elena gasped. Then we have to stop him. I nodded. Yes, but we have to know what is in this box. It's our only way. I placed the box on the floor and tried to open it. The lid didn't budge. I tried everything, but the lid didn't open. This box, I said, it is sealed and we can't open it. But then Elena started talking. Let me try, I know something. Elena tried. She started saying some words that I have never heard in my life. They were the words of a language that I didn't know. And the box opened. What was that? I couldn't believe my eyes. Inside the box there was a silver key and a map. What to do? Chapter 9. The map's revelation and the key's promise. Elena, her eyes alight with a newfound determination, had uttered the words as if reciting a forgotten prayer. The air in the chamber had crackled with unseen energy as the wooden box sprang open, revealing its hidden treasures. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a silver key, its intricate handle carved with the same unsettling symbols that adorned the box itself. Beside the key lay a map, its parchment brittle with age, its ink faded but still legible. What was that? I asked, staring at Alina in disbelief. Where did you learn those words? Alina hesitated, her gaze fixed on the map. My grandmother, she told me stories. Stories of the Blackwood family, of the rituals, the forgotten languages. I never believed them, but it seems they were true. She reached for the map, unfolding it with trembling hands. It depicted the grounds of Blackwood Manor, but it was unlike any map I had seen before. It was not a simple representation of the physical landscape. This map contained layers of information, cryptic symbols and annotations that suggested hidden passages, secret chambers, and the location of something. This map, Alina murmured, tracing her finger along a winding path that led from the tunnel to a location deep within the manor house. It shows a hidden chamber, a place where the Blackwoods performed their ceremonies. She pointed to a specific location, a room marked with a symbol that resembled a coiled serpent. This is it, the Serpent's chamber. This is where we need to go. The Serpent's chamber, I echoed, the name sending a shiver down my spine. What's in there? Alina shook her head. I don't know. My grandmother never told me. She always warned me never to go near Blackwood Manor, never to get involved in the family's dark secrets. She paused, her gaze fixed on the silver key. But I think this key unlocks the chamber, and the map, it shows us the way. I looked from the key to the map, feeling a surge of hope. We had a plan, a destination, a chance to fight back. But what about Abernathy? He would be searching for us, relentlessly pursuing us. We need to be careful, I said, my voice firm. Abernathy will be looking for us. We have to be quick and we have to be quiet. We studied the map together, tracing the hidden path that led from the tunnel to the Serpent's chamber. The path wound through the manor, through secret passages and forgotten corridors, avoiding the main areas where we might encounter Abernathy or whatever other horrors lurked within. We have to move fast, I said. We have to use the tunnels. We can't get caught in the house. But how do we get out of here? Alina asked, gesturing towards the chamber. This room, there's no exit. I looked around the chamber, searching for a clue, a hidden passage, anything. And then I saw it. On one of the walls near the floor was a small, inconspicuous stone. It was slightly different in color from the surrounding stones, and it seemed to be set at a slight angle. I examined it closely. It seemed that it could be moved. Carefully, I put the box on the floor. I placed my hands on the stone and pushed it. It gave way with a soft click, revealing a hidden passage. There, I said, my voice filled with excitement. A secret passage. This must be the way. We moved quickly, heading towards the passage. I didn't hesitate. We had to get out of here. We were going to get out of here, or so I hoped. We entered the passage. It was narrow and dark, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. The passage wound through the earth, snaking its way beneath the manor. The passage was long, and we had to walk very slowly. The situation was perilous. I looked back. Were we being followed? I was starting to see things. I see it. It is near. What is near? I don't know Elena, but I feel the terror. I knew we had to be careful. I knew that we had to be quick. As we moved through the tunnel, we made a step, and I was able to check the map. The map said that we were close. The Serpent's chamber was near. But were we going to get out alive? I had to believe it. We walked and walked and walked. And finally, after what felt like hours, we saw it. A faint light at the end of the tunnel. Hope surged through me, a desperate flickering flame. We were close. We were going to get out of here. We reached the end of the passage and found ourselves in a small, hidden chamber. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting dancing shadows on the stone. The chamber was small but elegant. There were statues, and on the floor a carved stone. The stone looked familiar, I thought. I reached the stone. It was the same symbol in the box. We were at the right place. "Is this the chamber?" Elena said. "Yes, we are here." I took the key, and I placed it in the stone. I was sure that it was the right key. The key fit. The chamber started to tremble. The stone started to rotate. And the ground opened, revealing a staircase that led downwards into darkness. Chapter 10: The Serpent's Lair. The ground gave way beneath our feet, revealing a spiraling staircase carved into the bedrock. A chilling draft emanated from the depths, carrying with it the scent of ancient dust and something else, a subtle, almost imperceptible odor of sulfur, a hint of the infernal. The flickering torchlight danced on the walls, casting grotesque shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with a life of their own. Elena gasped, her face paling. "What is this place?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Where are we going?" I gripped her hand tightly, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "I don't know," I said, my voice low. "But we have to go down. This is what the map showed us. This is the Serpent's chamber." I peered into the darkness, trying to discern the depths of the staircase. It seemed to descend endlessly, spiraling into the bowels of the earth. A wave of apprehension washed over me. This was it. We were entering the heart of the darkness, the place where the Blackwoods had conducted their forbidden rituals, the place where Abernathy hoped to unleash some unspeakable horror. There was no turning back. "Stay close," I said, my voice firm, "and be careful." I took the first step onto the staircase, the stone cold and damp beneath my feet. The stairs were narrow and uneven, making it difficult to keep my footing. Elena followed close behind, her hand gripping my arm tightly. As we descended, the air grew colder, the darkness deeper. The scent of sulfur intensified, becoming almost overpowering. I could feel a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, of being drawn into something ancient and malevolent. The footsteps echoed in the darkness, a rhythmic beat that amplified the tension. We continued to descend, spiraling deeper and deeper into the earth. Then I saw it. A faint light far below. Hope surged through me, a desperate, flickering flame. We were getting closer to the Serpent's chamber. We quickened our pace, our footsteps echoing in the darkness. As we drew closer, the light grew brighter, revealing the outline of a chamber. We reached the bottom of the staircase and stepped into the Serpent's chamber. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. The chamber was vast and cavernous, its walls lined with smooth black stone. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and a strange metallic odor that made my skin crawl. The room was dimly lit by a series of torches, their flames flickering and dancing, casting grotesque shadows on the walls. In the center of the chamber, there was a massive stone altar, its surface stained with what looked like blood. Around the altar, there were strange symbols carved into the floor, the same unsettling glyphs that I had seen on the map and the wooden box. And then I saw it. On the far side of the chamber, there was a massive serpent, carved from black stone, its eyes glowing with an unholy light. The serpent was coiled around a pedestal, its head raised, its fangs bared. It was a terrifying sight, a monument to the darkness that had consumed the Blackwood family for generations. Elena gasped, her face white with terror. "What is this place?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What is that thing?" "I don't know," I said, my voice grim, "but I don't think it's good." We moved cautiously into the chamber, our footsteps echoing in the silence. As we drew closer to the altar, I noticed something else. There were figures standing in the shadows. They were tall, gaunt, and their faces were obscured by the darkness. Abernathy and others. They were dressed in black robes, their faces hidden behind hoods. They were chanting, their voices low and guttural, their words incomprehensible. Abernathy stepped forward, his eyes burning with triumph. "Welcome, Elias," he said, his voice a chilling whisper. "You have arrived at last." He gestured towards the altar, his smile a grotesque parody of humanity. "It is time, Elias. It is time to embrace your destiny." The chanting intensified, the air growing thick with energy. I could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful, something evil. It was time for the ritual to begin. And I knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, that if we didn't stop it, everything was lost. Chapter 11, The Ritual's Grip. Abernathy, his voice dripping with cold, calculated triumph, gestured toward the altar. The chanting of the robed figures reached a fever pitch, the guttural syllables resonating deep within my bones. The serpent statue, its stone eyes blazing with an unholy light, seemed to pulse with the rhythmic cadence of the ritual. "It is time, Elias," Abernathy repeated, his gaze fixed on me. "Time to fulfill your destiny, time to become one with the darkness." I looked at the altar, stained with what I could only imagine was the blood of countless victims. I looked at the robed figures, their faces obscured by the shadows, their eyes filled with a fanatical zeal. I looked at the serpent statue, its presence radiating a palpable sense of malevolence. I knew what was coming. I knew that they intended to use me, to sacrifice me, to unleash whatever ancient evil slumbered within Blackwood Manor. "I won't," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the word feeling inadequate against the overwhelming tide of the ritual. Abernathy laughed, a dry, rasping sound. "You have no choice, Elias. Your bloodline, your heritage, all lead to this moment. You cannot escape your fate." He gestured, and two of the robed figures stepped forward. They moved with a strange, unsettling grace, their movements mirroring the serpentine form of the statue. They approached Elena, their hands reaching out towards her. "No," I shouted, my voice filled with desperation. "Leave her alone." The robed figures ignored me, their focus solely on Elena. They grabbed her arms, their grip surprisingly strong, and dragged her towards the altar. "Let her go," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "She has nothing to do with this." Abernathy smiled, a cruel, predatory expression that sent a chill down my spine. "She is a necessary sacrifice, Elias. Her knowledge of the past is vital to the ritual." I surged forward, intent on stopping them, but the remaining robed figures blocked my path. They were tall, imposing, their faces hidden, but I could feel their strength, their unwavering commitment to their dark purpose. I knew I couldn't fight them all. I had to find a way to break the ritual, to save Elena, to survive. I looked around the chamber, searching for a weapon, a point of weakness, anything that could give me an advantage. My gaze landed on the torch that was near me. I had an idea. The first figure turned to me, blocking the only route to get there. I looked at Elena. She was terrified, and I decided to act. I focused on the figure, and I started to push the air. It was a strange feeling, and I knew the figure could feel it. I had to make sure that he moved from that place. And so I pushed harder. The figure stepped back, confused. And that was my chance. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I lunged forward, grabbing the torch from its holder. The flames flickered and danced, casting strange shadows on the walls. I turned and ran towards Elena, swinging the torch wildly, hopping to create a diversion. The robed figures scattered, their movements disrupted by the sudden burst of light and heat. But before I could reach Elena, Abernathy intervened. He moved with a speed that defied his frail appearance, intercepting me and grabbing my arm. His grip was like iron, and he twisted my arm behind my back, forcing me to drop the torch. I cried out in pain, the heat of the flames searing my skin. The butcher knife that I was still hiding under the clothes fell on the floor. "Foolish boy," Abernathy hissed, his voice filled with contempt. "You cannot stop this. You cannot defy your destiny." He dragged me towards the altar, his grip unrelenting. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but he was too strong. I watched as the robed figures placed Elena on the altar, tying her arms and legs to the stone surface. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. The chanting intensified, the air growing thick with energy. The serpent statue pulsed with a malevolent light, its presence dominating the chamber. "No," I screamed, my voice hoarse. "Don't hurt her." Abernathy ignored me, his focus solely on the ritual. He reached into his robes and pulled out a long, silver dagger. It was the same symbol as on the box, the symbol of the Blackwood family, the symbol of the darkness. The dagger gleamed in the torchlight, its blade sharp and deadly. Abernathy raised it, his eyes burning with fanaticism. He was going to kill Elena. I knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, that I had to act, and I had to act now. The butcher knife in the floor was staring at me. But how could I do it? I had to be free. I started to kick. I tried to move, but it was too difficult. Abernathy was pushing me hard. The knife was in the floor, but my chances to get there were nearly zero. But there was another chance. I remembered that a few minutes ago, I was able to push one of the figures. It was the same technique I used. It was the power I was discovering. It was time to use it. I looked at Abernathy and focused on him. I closed my eyes and started to push the air. This time I was sure that I could do it. I pushed, and pushed. And then I saw Abernathy. He was staggering. I had done it. I was able to push him. But he was still holding the knife. This was not enough. I had to go for the knife. I focused again. I started pushing, but it was not enough. I was too weak. It was now or never. I had to do something. The knife was near to her. The chanting was louder. Elena was terrified. I had to do everything to save her and save me. I looked at the ground, and with a desperate move, I was able to grab the knife. I had to get out of the ritual, but my power was not enough. He was too fast. I was too weak. I had to act or Elena would die. The knife fell from the ground, and then I tried to grab it. But the figure was near, trying to grab me. I closed my eyes and plunged the knife into his leg. I heard a sound. Abernathy was screaming. He was shouting and falling. I had to get out of there. I had to help Elena. With a move, I was able to cut the ropes. But it was too late. The ritual had begun. The serpent statue began to glow, its eyes blazing with an unholy light. The chanting reached a crescendo, the air vibrating with a strange energy. The chamber began to shake. And then the abyss opened, and the shadow man started to come out. Chapter 12. The Serpent Awakens. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and the air crackled with an unnatural energy as the abyss tore open before us, a gaping maw of impenetrable darkness. The chanting of the robed figures reached a fever pitch, their voices a chorus of madness and despair. The serpent statue pulsed with an ever-intensifying light, its stone eyes burning like infernal beacons. Abernathy, clutching his wounded leg, writhed on the floor, his face contorted with pain and rage. "No," he screamed, his voice a broken rasp. "It is not time. The ritual is not complete." But it was too late. The abyss had been opened, and whatever darkness had slumbered within Blackwood Manor for generations was now stirring, awakening from its age-long slumber. A tendril of shadow writhed from the abyss, reaching towards the altar. It was followed by another, and another, until the air was thick with writhing, serpentine forms. The Shadow Man, or what I thought was the Shadow Man, was a mere prelude. What was emerging now was something far more ancient, far more powerful, far more terrifying. Elena, freed from her bonds, huddled beside me, her face white with terror. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What is happening?" I shook my head, unable to articulate the horror that was unfolding before us. I didn't know what it was, but I knew that it was the culmination of everything, the ultimate evil that the Blackwoods had sought to unleash. The tentacles of shadow coalesced, forming a monstrous shape that defied description. It was vaguely serpentine like the statue, but its form was constantly shifting, writhing, dissolving into and reforming from the darkness. It had eyes, countless eyes scattered across its form, each burning with an unholy light. It had a voice, a chorus of voices, whispered and screamed, moaned and laughed, a cacophony of madness that resonated deep within my soul. "It is awake," Abernathy rasped, his voice filled with awe and terror. "The serpent has awakened." The serpent. That name echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of the symbols on the map, the carvings on the box, the ancient evil that the Blackwoods had worshipped for centuries. The serpent turned its gaze upon us, its countless eyes burning into our souls. I felt a wave of pure, unadulterated terror wash over me, paralyzing my limbs, stealing my breath. It reached out a tendril of shadow, its touch like ice, and grasped Alina's arm. "No!" I screamed, surging forward, grabbing Alina's hand. The serpent pulled, its power immense, and I felt myself being dragged towards the altar, towards the abyss, towards the darkness. I refused to let go. I clung to Alina's hand with all my might, my muscles screaming in protest. We were locked in a tug-of-war with an ancient evil, our lives hanging in the balance. Then I remembered something. The wooden box. It was still clutched tightly in my hand. I looked at the box, at the intricate carvings, at the symbols that had guided us to this place. And I knew, with a sudden surge of clarity, what I had to do. This wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a weapon. I raised the box and spoke the words. "There is no escape." What? Where did those words come from? Then, in a lightning fast, I started speaking some word I did not know. Then I knew that words were a part of me. Those symbols, those signs, everything was making sense now. And it was time. My heart was telling me that what to do was now. I opened the box, and all of a sudden, a powerful flash came to the scene. The serpent screamed, and his figures were damaged. Then it was the moment, my moment. I focused again, like the first time I pushed the figure and started pushing, but to the serpent. With all my power and strength, the world started to tremble. I closed my eyes and kept pushing. All of a sudden, I could hear a voice. "Do it, boy, you have the power. You are the only one that can do it." Was that Silas, my grandfather? If was, I knew he was on my side. It was now or never. I closed my eyes once again, and I said the magic words. The box disappeared, and I could feel the energy in my hands. It was magic, I am sure. The Blackwood family was in charge of this magic. I focused in the serpent. He was starting to die. That means I was destroying it. There was hope now. But it was so strong that I couldn't move it. And suddenly, another voice. "Here, take my hand." What was happening? I opened my eyes, and I saw someone. It was Elina. She was giving me his hand. It was full of power, her grandmother powers. And suddenly, the circle was done. We started pushing it together to destroy the beast. With me, Elina, this is our chance. We closed our eyes and we could feel everything. Our hearts, our souls, Every atom, everyone was connected. The chanting of the robed figures stopped, and we could feel them trembling. They knew that they were defeated. The figures started to come to us to grab our hands. They didn't want to be alone. They were screaming to not be abandoned in the darkness. There was only one voice to focus to. I said the magic words again. There is no escape. And then everything was destroyed. The chamber started to collapse. We had to escape. What had happened? Was everything destroyed? Or did we create more destruction? Did we make the right choice? I didn't know, but I will never forgive myself for what we have done. Elias, we have to get out of here. It was Alina. She took my hand. It was now or never. We had to escape. We started running and running. The chamber was collapsing. We had to run, and we managed. We are at the outside. We managed to escape. I was still holding Alina's hand. Are you all right? I am, Elias, and you? I think I am. Everything is still confusing for me. I started seeing the scene from the distance. Everything was exploding and the manor was gone. There is nothing more to remember about this story. Elias, said Alina, the story was yours. It's time to leave it at the past. I was right. I had to move on, even if it was difficult. It's all over. It was my time to rest. It was time to get far, far away and never come back. Chapter 13, Epilogue, The Silence of Harrow County. The storm, having unleashed its fury, had finally subsided. The rain had ceased, and the clouds had parted, revealing a pale, watery sun struggling to pierce through the lingering haze. We stood on a hill overlooking the ruins of Blackwood Manor, or rather, where Blackwood Manor had been. Now, it was just a smoldering pile of rubble, a testament to the destructive power of the darkness we had confronted and the desperate measures we had been forced to take. Alina leaned against me, her body still trembling from the ordeal. Her face was pale, her eyes hollowed with exhaustion and the lingering aftershock of the events. The experience had aged her, adding years to her appearance, but there was a newfound strength in her gaze, a resolve that I hadn't seen before. It's gone, she whispered, her voice barely audible. All of it, everything that haunted this place, it's gone. I nodded, my throat tight with a mixture of relief and sorrow. The serpent was gone, the ritual thwarted, the Blackwood bloodline finally free from its cursed legacy. But at what cost? My grandfather, Silas, was dead, his body consumed by the darkness. The farmhouse, our temporary refuge, was destroyed. And now the manor itself, the heart of the darkness, had been eradicated, its secrets buried beneath the earth. Yes, I said, my voice husky. It's gone, but the price. I trailed off, unable to articulate the weight of what we had done, the sacrifices we had made, the darkness that had touched our lives. We stood in silence for a long time, watching the smoke curl into the sky, the only sound the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. Harrow County was quiet now, eerily silent, as if the very land was recovering from the trauma it had endured. What now, Elias? Alina asked, finally breaking the silence. Where do we go? I had no answers. I was adrift, lost in a sea of uncertainty. I had come to Blackwood Manor seeking inspiration, seeking a new beginning. Instead, I had found horror, destruction, and the shattering of everything I thought I knew. I looked at Alina, at the woman who had shared my ordeal, who had faced the darkness with courage and resilience. She had been touched by the magic, the blood, and I couldn't leave her to be alone. I don't know, I admitted, my voice filled with uncertainty. But we'll figure it out, together. We turned and began to walk away from the ruins of Blackwood Manor, leaving behind the smoldering remnants of the past. We walked towards the road, towards the town, towards whatever future awaited us. As we walked, I thought of the wooden box. The box, that was the main key of the story. I had the box now, the one that gave me all the power, the magic. The box was not with us. It was destroyed. It seemed that it was also gone, lost with the other things. But then I remembered. It was not lost, it was here. I felt inside the pocket of the jacket and I touched it, the key. It was still there in my pocket. I took it out. There it was. I was still in danger, and Alina too. I knew now that the story wasn't finished. There was a sequel. There was something else that would hunt us. And this key, would probably be the key to get rid of the horror. But I was sure now that we weren't safe. That was the end, or more accurately, the beginning. The end